Streaming. Recording. All right. So I meant to start a little bit earlier today, but ended up having to do a fix for this. So I kept getting an issue with Ceph where the clocks were differing between the different nodes. I think it has to do with the VM time slicing, but apparently I was using, what was I using? I just installed Ubuntu or Debian for each of the VMs, and apparently those come with systemd timesync, which doesn't really keep the clock in sync as much as you would want for VMs, where you can have time slicing. So instead we installed Chrony, and I guess Chrony will actually at each pull interval try to sync the clock, so it'll kind of like keep track of how different the clock has been between each sync interval, each network sync interval, and then each time it pulls, it actually tries to bring the clock back in sync, depending on how much it's off each time the network request happens. So it just keeps the clocks much more in sync. So hopefully that alert goes away. That basically involved here, just setting this up, so installing it and adding it, and installing that and setting that up with Ansible. And this just changes some of the pull window options. So yeah, that's done now. The thing I want to focus on is here. So I spent a lot of time thinking about should I do history up front? Should you be able to log in from anywhere? Should you have a primary device like Signal or WhatsApp? And, you know, do I want to have it some kind of easier login setup? Yeah, so I thought about all this a lot, and ultimately I realized that I can't really do the primary device, secondary device, like local state. So one thing that's nice with Signal and WhatsApp is that, like, if you were building those up front, you don't have to have any storage server history. You can just have the device, the user's devices basically store the history. And so then when they link a new device, you transfer it over, but you don't have to do any server saving. WhatsApp and Signal both have the ability for the individual to sync their messages, but for a group, there's many more messages that are shared across users, and so you'd really like to sync that as a group. But anyway, the point is just that I thought about all this, and I was thinking, you know, if a user let's say you do history later, where history is saved on the server, there's no real way to let a user kind of keep their own records if the server, say, deletes it. So, you know, with groups, I was gonna have I'm gonna have a limit on how much storage you can use for each group history, and then you can pay for more for each group. And sorry, because I'm talking now, the animals are both running all over. So for each group, you have a storage limit, right? And the server will just delete the oldest messages until more storage is freed up so that you can continue. The thing is so imagine you like let the client keep old messages that they had already synced, but now the server's deleted it, right? Well, it's a little bit weird from a user perspective that, like, if they were to log in on a new device, they won't be able to see those old messages. And there's like no simple way you can explain to a user, like, hey, these messages are only on your local device and they don't sync to any other devices, unless you were to do some kind of like secondary syncing thing, which is complicated. And so all this is like way too complicated for a user to figure out. I think even the primary secondary thing is a little bit too complicated. So ultimately I kind of settled on, I have to do group history. You can't have any local state that differs from the group history. Like, the client needs to reconcile with the server periodically. Like, if the server deletes, it needs to tell the client to delete those messages too, so you don't keep those ones locally. And then after that, I was thinking, you know, what's the simplest way for a user to get started? And I was like, can I use Google SSO instead? Because that would be nice. But I think I'd still have to add the phone number anyways, because the phone number is what gives me some amount of, what is it called? Not rate limiting, but just, can't think of the word right now. The phone number gives me like a way to make sure I'm not getting spammed with accounts. And Google SSO wouldn't really do that for me. It's a little bit harder to make Google accounts now than it used to be, but it's still, you can get spammed if you only do Google SSO. But also, there's no way to encrypt vaults with Google SSO. So this is what I was trying to figure out too. Basically, Google SSO gives you authentication, but there's no like secret, like static secret associated with that SSO login. It's just, you know that the user is the user. And so this doesn't help you encrypt a vault at all. I don't even think it does anything. Claude told me that on Proton Mail, you can log in with it. You can use SSO, but you still have to set a password anyways, because that's what encrypts the vaults. I don't understand what the point of this would be at all. But ultimately, this brought me back to something I thought about before, which is that you want to do passkeys. So passkeys have a way to get a consistent secret out of them that you can use to encrypt and decrypt the vaults. The biggest issue with this is that not all devices support this extension, and this extension is maybe finicky between, say, a computer and a phone. It has to sync over Bluetooth, sync the secret over Bluetooth. So yeah, I'd like to add this as sort of like a fast follow thing to make it easier to set up, because it's likely what I would use instead of having a password. You did. Okay, can you guys stop? Up, go lay down. Lay down. Hey, down. Don't bug her. Thank you. So this is basically everything. I think this is basically this is the path I was going down anyways, which was phone number and password initially. You would have the history. You can log in from anywhere. Another aspect of this is that you need to keep track of the number of devices the user has registered, and you need to make sure they don't have too many devices. Otherwise, you'll have to generate too many leave keys for each group. So it's something I'll have to deal with at some point. I can kind of skip that. For now, it's just something I can't believe I haven't yawned at all today. And then I start streaming, start talking about this stuff, and I start yawning. Crazy. So, yeah, I got to do that, but I can do that later. Managing how many logins sessions a user has, and then making sure to remove them. The thing is with that, though, is that we don't know which groups a user's in, so that the other members of the group or the user themselves will have to remove those stale sessions from the leaves, the group leaves, like commit them. Valid. Gotta be kidding me. Unbelievable. So that's where we're at. This is what I want to do. But now I need to go back and update all the documents so that we can continue. Because the documents are in some state right now. Let's see. The other thing I was thinking about yesterday too was my issue is storage. This is why I was a little bit hesitant to do history up front, because storage is not a thing I want to be accountable for right now, because it's hard. And I don't have a ton of storage, and then SSDs are also very expensive, although if the economy crashes right now, maybe they won't be expensive. But I have a couple hundred gigs. It would be nice to like give each group maybe a gigabyte or a couple of gigabytes per group, but I need to keep track also of how many groups a user creates and limit that so that a user can't just create like 100 groups and then spam the servers. So on group creation, I'll have to increment some counter. So crazy. Did I yawn? God. Every time I start streaming and talking about even though I'm not tired at all. I'll yawn multiple times in short period. What happening? What can I do about that? Document, update all documents relating to. Actually, common experience, it's almost certainly not about being tired. Stress, yeah, this is. Start streaming, your nervous system. Yeah, maybe I'm not breathing. Weird. It's saying to keep it cooler. You would put a heater on. Off. Okay, so now how am I gonna do this? I've got a bunch of chats. They're all separate and they have different topics. Yeah, and then I was also thinking about I should make it a progressive web app. Maybe I do React Native. I was kind of trying to avoid doing React Native up front, but I do think it'd be fun to do, and it's probably the experience I would want to use. So, or at least on the phone, because I was looking into this because one issue with Safari, even if you do the progressive web app, is that Safari will clear the browser state. Like, so if you're logged in on Safari as a tab on your phone, you just run the risk that they'll clear the cache that you're using to save all the vault keys, as well as the vault keys, as well as the cached messages and stuff. And so even if you, I guess if you save it as an app, whatever, saving the website as a desktop app, iOS app, then it's much less likely to clear the cache. But yeah, you don't have control over that. And so each time a user logs in, it's like a new session, right? So you have to make sure that it's easy for a user to delete an old leaf key and see which sessions that they have. And so yeah, it'd be nice to just have an app, so it's not an issue. I'm trying to talk more too because I updated I created this thing yesterday, which basically goes through all the YouTube videos on my channel, and I can set a consistent thumbnail for this kind of topic, working on happy groups, and also it'll add transcripts based on it'll add chapters based on the transcripts. So Google has the ability to do auto chapters, and they auto generate transcripts, but I imagine Google's chapters are not as good as what I would get out of Claude. So I looked at some of them and they were actually pretty good. Like when I take a break, it picks up like, hey, I'm taking a break, and then when I come back, I say, hey, I'm back, and it will actually timestamp that correctly for the most part. Not perfectly, but it's much nicer to have the timestamp. So anyway, I'm trying to talk more. And the other thing that's nice is my text-to-speech thing for the Kokora text-to-speech thing for Claude Code. I need to make sure that's working 100% of the time, because this is also what makes it much... I don't have to talk as much, right? Like if I'm asking questions, it responds, and it kind of like puts the question in the response a little bit. And so the Claude chapter thing can know that we're still working on the same thing or working on a different thing. So yeah, I'm trying to talk a little bit more, and also got to make sure text-to-speech is working 100%. I think that the chapters just make the videos a lot more useful if anyone cares. Not a big deal, but it's nice even for me if I was like to go back and look at a video and try to figure out, you know, when did I do this thing? I don't have to scan through the whole video. Get too much. These? I wish there was a way to group them. Ghosty. This is the thing to move the existing pages into demo pages. Maybe I'll do that today. It's like a fun, somewhat straightforward thing to do. I mean, it's not easy, but it's there. This is definitely a lot easier than the end-to-end encryption stuff. The reason this stuff is so hard is because the decisions I make here, like I was even thinking about, you know, oh, I'd have cache and then eventually I would do history. I don't think there's even a viable way to do that, really. And you have to think so far ahead to how all these things influence each other to really get that, and what trade-offs you're making about what you can even do with the app and the... So I definitely think that the end-to-end encryption stuff is the hardest thing I've ever worked on in software engineering in terms of the amount of forward thinking I have to do for design choices. I would consider like the end-to-end encryption almost as large as like building an entire app, separately from the fact that you're actually just trying to build an app. Like most features you work on, you know, you think about, oh, maybe we'll have some tags and how the tags work, and you know what, you know, maybe we can do this with the tags or whatever. And so most things are pretty straightforward, and then you kind of think about, you know, there's this whole picture of, hey, I want a groups thing, and how do I want groups to work, and you know, I don't want to have friends, I just want you to have when you look at a user's profile, you can just see the groups you have in common with them. So you think about all these things that you want, and this is all relatively straightforward. But the end-to-end encryption, it's very much not straightforward. You're making your life harder so that the user's privacy is respected. Yeah, that's what I want to do, because that's what I want to use. We'll do. This is what we'll do. How do I do this? Okay, I'm just going to be lazy here. I'm going to use a bunch of tokens right now. SSH. Take a look. I'm going to use the bench. I want you to elicit. Feel free to ask any questions or anything, or any decisions that need. Yep. Be lazier. That's my strategy to. You'll likely want that and consider the documents. Happy group server. I want a plan mode in Claude Code that's like still plan mode, but it doesn't try to make a plan. We're just working on documents. Like the documents are the plan. Document mode. I have a stream issue. I don't have any dropped frame. It's good. I put so much work into this house. And the barn, the climbing wall. Maybe one day I'll stream climbing. It's not very exciting to me. Maybe someone will think it's cool. Yeah, anyway, I'd love to have fiber here. There is a local fiber company. I like how it shows me this and I have to sit there and wait instead of just showing me the first result, which is what I wanted. Noctel fiber. It's such a small area. They'll never be that cheap because they have to pay for... Well, they've gotten better. Wow, that's nice. They were charging like $100 a month for 100 megs, and I think they were charging $200 a month for 200 megs or something. Not very good. This is much. It's nice that Starlink exists. But yeah, their cost is pretty high because they have to buy bandwidth out through Comcast. And yeah, it's not cheap. But this is very reasonable. I would probably still switch even if it was 200 for 200, but this is viable. I keep asking them, they'll reach me one day. They'd say maybe in a few years. I guess the county won't let them cross the bridge near me. They literally have to go all the way down the highway and back. They'll get to me. Hopefully it happens in a few years. But anyway, I was just talking about that because I put so much work into this house and barn and stuff, and it's like I really wish I could have fiber.
I said I now have a thorough understanding of the existing architecture, and that I will read the remaining sections to complete the picture before synthesizing everything.
It didn't do the text-to-speech. This is the thing I got to figure out, is that sometimes these long outputs, or there's something they changed in Claude code. It doesn't get the full output now. Like, only gets the first response or something. I'll try to take a look into that sometime. But so if I lived over in Camas, in Washington, they have actually 50 gig home internet. Ziply Fiber does. Not that you need 50 gig home internet, but the point is like you have some servers in your garage, you need 5 gig, 10 gig, whatever. Their prices are very reasonable. And they have really good business accounts too if you want, say, static IPs. Whereas with Nortel, whatever it is, I imagine it's a lot more expensive to have a business account because it's just, they're not set up for it. And like doing static IPs and stuff like that, just, yeah, not. Right now for static IPs, I basically use GCP, and so I proxy all my stuff through a GCP VM, but scale forever. I have a risk that the servers go down. I mean, you'd have the same thing with the ISPs, but you could get 2, you could get redundant connections. I mean, I wouldn't be able to get that here, but the point is that right now GCP is just a single VM that proxies all the risks to me. It's a small VM too, but it works for now. Figure that out later. So yeah, I think about like, you know, do I keep investing in this house and stuff? I mean, it's such a nice setup I have here, but if I had a place over in Camas, then I could get really high-end internet. The thing I think about is that maybe one day I'd get a condo over in Camas. So I'd have like a condo that's kind of in the city. I could stay there sometimes and then come out here. Because Camas is also a small city, so Beaverton would be to get a condo, but issues with taxes and stuff. Beaverton has nice climbing gyms and things like that, so you could, you know, spend time in Beaverton, like be in a city. Drive over to a place. Okay. Getting a little bit off track here. Gotta keep breathing. What did it say here? So it said, and have a thorough understanding of the existing architecture. A lot of ground. Let me distill that into core decisions. I have a few questions. Web first login from anywhere. So this is the Bitwarden / Proton mail model. Drop the mobile primary linked device hierarchy entirely. Any client that has the password gets full current Epic app. Sessions are equal, no primary, no. Yeah, this is another thing to figure out too, is can you log in with just the phone number? Can you log in with just the password? And do you get access to the history with both of those, or do you need the recovery phrase to get access to it? This is like one of the details I gotta decide. The mobile primary model was doing double duty. Yeah, drop the mobile primary linked. So it's saying to drop the Signal / WhatsApp approach, where you have a primary device. When you want to add, say, web, you add that as a secondary device. Mobile primary model is doing double duty as a security boundary and complexity. The complexity it adds outweighs the security it provides, especially since web first is a hard requirement for adoption. I think it's better. Bitwarden / Proton mail model, password is root of trust and client is equal, is well understood, shippable, and doesn't security upgrade. What this eliminates, QR device linking. So, you know, when you try to link a secondary device, you have a QR code onto you try to log in on the browser. On your phone, you would scan the QR code, and that's what you link your secondary device to. history sharing at link time. So this is the other thing too, is if you didn't do history on the server, then you would transfer the history from the primary device to secondary. Session scoped versus persistent storage for link device. Only primary can add / remove devices. Yeah, so then in like the settings, you'd have to choose which devices can be devices. Trust tier model, step up verification, waiting periods. MLS per. So this is one thing I wonder about. It's saying we don't have step up verification, and I think we might still need step up verification to change some of the settings. Step up verification being, you enter your password and you can access all your stuff. But if you want to like make specific changes to the account, you still got to step up trust by getting another code or whatever. That way, if someone like just accesses your computer, they can't change all the settings with still having access to your phone number. Or you got to re-enter your password, whatever. But whichever, either. MLS per device leave keys, server stored encrypted vaults, history vaults per group epic secrets. History vaults with per group epic. Yes, each user has a history group secrets. That way they can decrypt messages in the group history. So we don't store the messages themselves for each user. We store the secrets the users use to decrypt messages. The other thing I didn't talk about was that I was also thinking about. I had thought about this before, which was how for the group history stream, I was going to bake in multimedia, say photos and videos, into the stream itself. That way I wouldn't have to know like which ones are multimedia or not, although you would know just based on the sizes. And I was going to pad the sizes too, though. But Claude was telling me it's going to fuck up my database performance if I do that. Which is probably true. And I was thinking about this because I was thinking if I wanted to scale storage out quickly, if I separate off how multimedia is saved, I have so much more headroom because I can, say, implement a server check that's, like a flag. If I'm running out of storage, I can be like, we're only allowing text posts for now and comments. You can't upload photos or videos temporarily. And then what I could do is I could also scale out to, say, like GCP object storage for multimedia, which gives me a lot of room to work if I separate out the multimedia from the database entries themselves. If everything lives inside of the database, like in Vitess, I can't, I have no recourse for running out of storage. I got to order more hard drives, provision them, and then throw them, throw them in the servers and then provision them for the VMs, which it's not impossible to do. It's just going to take a couple weeks, right? And so imagine if you got a lot of traffic, you're just in the position where you have nothing you can do. Instead, what I could do is, I could order the stuff, have it on the way. It's going to take a couple weeks, and in the meantime, I could basically be offloading some of the object storage to GCP, which would be slower, since it wouldn't be local, but it'd be totally viable. I mean, it would potentially be faster for the user to let the user access it directly. So then the thing with that too is like, do you need any sort of auth for them to access that? I think the group history entries are all sort of publicly queryable. Like if you just know the ID, you query the block. I think that's how it's going to be. Maybe not. Otherwise, I have to keep track of like which users can access which groups, right? So I can't do anything on the server. Like, I don't want to know who's in what groups on the server. You can infer it based on who's querying data from which groups, but I don't want that hard coded in, like who's in which groups. And so because of that, the group data needs to be anonymously queryable. Otherwise, you have to know. And so the protection is itself. And, you know, like Signal doesn't like this approach that much because this allows people to, when you store this on the server and you don't necessarily use perfect encryption, like you have to use a fast encryption that's not too expensive. Eventually that encryption will be able to be cracked. So you get this situation where, you know, people can query for data and hold it until, you know, eventually computers get good enough that they can crack the encryption. Sorry, another thought I'll come back to. And eventually they get good enough to crack the encryption. I think that's just a reality. It's like, you know, you just kind of keep on the server. If, you know, you decide you got to upgrade all the encryption, you can have the clients re-encrypt old messages and stuff like that. To try, like, if you have to do sort of like a transition to some stronger encryption. So, yeah, I think that's just going to be kind of philosophy on this. You're not going to get perfect encryption, but you'll have something that's a lot better than what for privacy. Ideally, where any present day person can't access it, but, you know, I can't guarantee that in like 5 years someone will be able to decrypt the messages. So the other thing I was thinking about is that as I'm talking about these things, I was thinking it would be nice to have, we have the transcript, but it would be nice to have better summaries of the sections. So we have the timestamps, and the timestamps kind of talk about specific things, but I hop between things so much, right? It would be nice to have some kind of summary about what I talked about. I do have this locally here, actually. So in the transcripts, these are all the transcripts kind of cached locally that are fetched from YouTube for all the videos. So it would be very easy to generate some general summaries of, you know, topics that I. The thing I was thinking about with this yesterday too is that Google hasn't translated all of my YouTube videos because they're not very popular and everything. And I was thinking I could set up something that would transcribe them, and potentially better than whatever Google's transcription is for YouTube, because they probably don't spend too much money on it. So if I set that up, then I could do timestamps for all my videos, even if they weren't. And of course, the benefit is that it just makes the videos more useful if anyone wants. Even if like one person shows up, it's still just easy. Even for me. Little incremental things to out and work on. I'm pretty happy with how the thumbnails and stuff came out. Yeah, I just keep making little bits of progress, getting better at streaming. Just complaining about my streaming again. The stream bitrate. It's recommending I use 13 megabits per second. I think 4,000 megabits per second. Yeah, I'd love to use a bitrate, but it ain't gonna happen until I get fiber, Google. We're good. History vaults. Yep. Password-derived key wrapping, recovery passphrases, second envelope, all server-side infrastructure, phone-based auth identity, and blind indexes. Blind indexes. Blind indexes are so you can query for phone numbers without like knowing directly. Like, you so it's not in the database. So like if you leaked to the database or something, you wouldn't just be able to get the phone numbers. but you can still query. I think that. I don't know. I haven't thought about this for a couple weeks. Now I forget it all. Refactor capability. Thinking about how like in interviews I have to talk about this stuff. And it's like the person I'm talking to doesn't know it, and it's like I don't know it anymore either because I forgot. But I like know it's important. And obviously if the person does know it, then it seems like you don't know what you're talking about. Refactor capability. Session capabilities are gated behind secrets the session has provided, not the device. Phone plus password. I think we wanted to instantly recovery and free to a single I'm also thinking, do I really want to require the user I think the motivation this is that a user have a pretty weak password or lose it. Leak it. And I think the motivation for this is that a user can have a pretty weak password or leak it. And the passphrase at least guarantees that the history will looks like I'm breathing has been maybe that's my issue. I start streaming. Talk. Stopping. I need like a I can breathe while I talk. Sure. Oh yeah. This is literally that's good. Collapsing recovery this you said probably okay to collapse. Are you ready to commit that? It simplifies a lot. Yeah, local at-rest encryption. So the local at-rest encryption was something I haven't thought about yet. And basically the reason for this is that you can imagine wanting to lock the account after some period of time and requiring the user to put their password in to unlock. But this means that the data has to be encrypted at rest, and then you unlock it. Otherwise, you have to log the user out, which creates a new session when they log back in. They get a new leaf key, and so they have to remove the old session. Or the other thing would be to like keep something saved, which said which session it was, and then delete the old session automatically when they logged in again. It's just not ideal. You'd like to be able to lock the account without having to do this all the time because it causes commits and stuff. It's not cheap to remove a session all the time. So it'd be nice to just be able to lock it, and then like separately a user can log out, which will basically log out should delete the session immediately. Another thing that can this logout should probably immediately delete that. Nice. Registered devices. That. Now, local at rest. This is identified as a blocker. The leaf key lock, logout, and passphrase. What do you think should happen? Server stored history changes the local first ADR significantly. The current local first launch ADR says clients are source of truth and server is read-only backup. Yeah, we need. We're going. Not straight. Because be a bad GUI. I think we have to assume. What is it called when you fetch history? Need the platform to function. Stage 5 effectively disappears as written. Stage 5 mobile and multi-device with QR linking. Primary links to all I've eliminated. It'd be rewritten as I think maybe we should focus on the instead and create here on how to eventually we'll probably do a React Native app, but I don't figure that out. Really like figure out Passkeys, but I think it's a feature. We just want to make sure we have some plan for how we're going to handle multi-account per installation. The discussion explored this. I'm sure on this. We require a phone number, and I don't. It's not easy for user to have multiple. On mobile, it's hard to imagine someone. But on web, I could imagine two people use the same computer and being able to count without having really we probably figure out how this is going to work now, because I imagine the choices we make here make it very difficult to add later. It's also one of those things that probably won't be super. So it is a lot of actually build. Probably never did. Okay. Let's see what it says here. History passphrase requirement. The protection is real but narrower than it seems once you factor in local caching. In practice, so this is for the history passphrase. Existing device with cached history key. Password alone unlocks everything. The passphrase adds 0 protection. So if you've already logged in, passphrase isn't doing anything. Password gives current epic. History requires the passphrase or QR transfer. Passphrase is really protecting one scenario. Stolen password plus no existing. So it's saying to keep the history passphrase, internet registration shown once encouraged to save, automatically cached locally after first. QR transfer means devices keep it. Only needed when bootstrapping from 0 sessions. Pre-logout flow should show it as well. But my issue with this setup is if you require the passphrase to unlock the history, and a user logs out and they don't have the passphrase, they lose all the history. And I don't think people understand that. Even if you show it to them or whatever, maybe they clear their browsing history, they don't even think about it, you have no backup plan. So that's kind of my issue with it. The passphrase primary value is actually the server-side history auth key it enables, preventing a password-only attacker from destroying or modifying it. One, the password alone. So doesn't so the still need to control the phone number. Thing I think about is that if someone were to get access to the encrypted vaults on the server, the user had a weak password, then potentially they could access. Situation I worry most about requiring passphrase for history is that a user doesn't know or understand this, and they log in on web, clear their browsing history. If they never saved passphrase, then their history is completely gone. It's really not ideal. Since most users wouldn't really get. In the mobile model, I think it's not quite. Even in the mobile model, it kind of sucks. Same mobile model, the user could never save it, use their phone, and now their history is lost. At rest, logout should absolutely deregister the device. The full logout flow becomes show passphrase reminder, user confirms, client calls server to register device, server marks devices revoked, box delivery invalid token client data, user's other active sessions. This makes logout a clean, irreversible next login from that browser is completely new installation with a new. On at-rest encryption priority, I think the spec belongs in the architecture doc, not as a separate. It's not an optional enhancement, it's load bearing for already decided. Consistent leaf private keys must be encrypted at rest. Lock versus logout distinction. Lock is only meaningful with encrypted local storage. Passphrase display before logout. Requires encrypted. Requires history keys to be persistently stored and encryptable. Again, no. To do. At the at-rest spec, I'd include the following architecture: local key hierarchy password, Sorry, I'm messaging right now about real life stuff. Tool at Google, like Basil, simpler. I'm nothing. Focus, focus, focus. Okay. Okay, what am I doing here? Here's why it's not. Persistent leaf key. Leaf private keys must be missed. Without the at-rest spec, you can still build the server side. We have password, Argon 2, local wrapping key, local. What's stored where? SQLite versus. Stage 5 becomes something like progressive web app install. Register section. Ask. Yeah. That's what it is. You mentioned incremental group history fetches on page load scroll. Does this change how the group stream storage model works? You mentioned incremental group history fetches on page load and scroll. We still need to agree, but we probably want something more like 1 gigabyte. We'll have to eventually tier. We still need to aggressively prune, but we probably want something. Another thing I forgot about. Stop. On the device registration and logout, should the client attempt the server deregistration call even with a no? Attempt the server deregistration call. Architecture has the session vault stored server side. The new model where every client is equal and has its own leaf key. When a user logs in on a new device, how do they get the leaf key? Important clarifications. Password alone doesn't give history. The attack path for a password-only attacker is you steal a password, still need to intercept SMS, even then no history. The passphrase is protecting against password plus phone number compromise. SIM swap, SS7 attack, social engine. A real but more. Offline brute force concern your argument for the passphrase. If an attacker gets the encrypted vault blobs from the server, try to crack the password offline via Argon 2A. A weak password falls quickly even with Argon. If the password-derived key unlocks everything including history, a DB breach plus a weak password will access. With a separate passphrase-derived history wrap, password gives them the account vault plus session vault, but not history vaults. The attacker would need to separately crack 132-bit, BIP39. The real value of the passphrase isn't the online attack scenario, it's the offline brute force after server compromise scenario. But your UX concern is equally valid. The user clears browser data and never saved passphrase in their scenario will happen to a significant percentage of users, and unlike losing a password manager vault, where people understand they should have been up, losing chat history because you cleared use feels like really not a security feature, there's a possible middle path. The passphrase exists and protects history, but the system works hard to ensure the user never loses. Registration, generate the passphrase, store it locally encrypted. Also store the passphrase server side, encrypted to the account symmetric key. It seems ridiculous. The user log. Server returns the encrypted passphrase blob. Yeah, completely defeats it. Online attacker with password plus phone. They can log in, get the encrypted passphrase blob, decrypt it with the account key. Passphrase adds no protection scenario. Offline attacker with DB dump. They crack the password, get the account key. No protection. Yes, they completed it. Passphrase protects history precisely because it's an independent secret, not derivable. Two distinct design philosophies. Password is everything. Passphrase protects history. Password derives current epic access, but hybrid passphrase optional. Recommended with guardrails. By default, password drives everything. Users can optionally enable a separate history path. If enabled, works like option B. Yeah, man, I don't know if that matters. Because if a user wants stronger security, they can just use a stronger password. There's no reason to have two separate. Yeah, option C might be over-engineered. Go with option A. Password is a root for everything. That's fine. One. I agree with going. Option 1, where the password is the root for everything. Don't really see a ton of value in optionally letting the user use a passphrase for history, because if they want security, they can just use a strong password. The only thing I could see is maybe a user wants to log in to a new device browser without. I could see is maybe a user wants to log into a new device or browser without that browser. Implementing at-rest encryption and gradient. You should design and implement most of this now. It's fun. Local vault/vault encrypt using direct. Local keyhard. Device login. This is the key question that changes with the Bitwarden model. In the old architecture, the primary device held the primary leaf key in the session build. New phones recovered from there. Linked devices got their own leaf keys during QR linking. The new model, every login on a new installation is a new MLS device that needs to be added to every group. There's no recovering the old leaf key. This was legal to the previous installation. So the flow is user logs in from a new device, client derives account key, encrypts the account vault, it's the group directory, client generates a new MLS leaf key pair for this installation. Client registers this new device with the server. For each group the user belongs to, this device needs to be added via MLS add. Who issues the add? This is the problem. This is where the primary device is nice. Self-add from another active device. Okay, I thought about this again before, and this is part of the reason to consider doing this. Self-add from another active device. The user's other active devices see the new device registration. Here's other active devices see the new. But what if you log out from your only active set? What if you create groups and you're the only person in the group? If there's two people in the group and they both log out of their sessions, then what happens? Basically the old QR linking mechanism minus the QR code, minus the primary. Self-add via server assist. The new device itself issues the add proposals using session. The server can facilitate this since it knows that this requires the server to be part of the group. You still need at least one other active device to bootstrap a new device in the group. User has 0 other active sessions, no one can issue the ads. The 0 active session case, user authenticates, gets their account vault. Can't participate in any group until some member adds them. Server can notify group members this user's device changed and group members' clients auto process. This is number 3. What happens if there's a group, only 2 members log out of their only sessions? Not possible to create an MLS crypto member. What the signal do? How do they add? Now they have that safety number chain. New device login has a joining group state that resolves members. Design the UX around this, show groups, show history, show. I also wonder Passkey PRF can't replace the password because PRF supports varies across platforms and browser. A passkey is bound to a specific authenticator. Users need the password as a universal callback. So the model is 3 and one wrapping on below it. Responses. Version of 1 GB free tier makes sense per group. That's roughly 500,000 messages of modern multimedia. Paid tier controls are a product decision that doesn't affect the crypto architecture. The server just needs per group storage accounting, which you can do since it stores the group of logs and other set as their size. Network down logout. I do both. Attempt to server deregistration immediately. If network fails, wipe local storage anyway. Let server auto expire. Server side auto expiry. Clean up the orphan device. Sounds good. What if these are logged in on WebLast and then so the OX screen. Multimedia storage separation agreed. This aligns with what we discussed earlier. Messages and entries in the DB contain encrypted content. Media blobs stored in object storage keyed by random blob ID. Server maintains group ID to blob ID mapping. Server maintains group. Server maintains thing for cleanup. Associated blobs are padded. Size. Blobs are added. Client encrypts media with the current epic key before upload. Includes the blob ID. Client encrypts media with the current epic key. Who's the blob? Client encrypts media with the Client encrypts me with current epic key before upload. Includes the blob ID. We also, with this setup, what happens? Max media size per message, allow media to server side kill switch disables media uploads globally. text message. Unaffected. This is a simple feature flag. Server tracks total media blob size. The thing about the separation is you can store text storage and media storage independently. Text in the DB stays small and fat. Media and object storage can be scaled horizontally. You want to go with option A? I like to get everything that you can click on working. I really want to fix this too. It's annoying to me every single time they always set up. I feel like only new ones. But so you can't click on the notifications, you can't click on the discover pages. A lot of the buttons don't do anything. I'd like to make all the buttons work. Several of these expose fundamental issues that need to be researched. Welcome to my life. Option A, confirm password is everything. Read one note on the login. Calls out naturally if you ever have option. History password. So now password equals full access. The recovery passphrase is only for account. This simplifies. History vaults are now encrypted to the account's metric key, same as everything. No separate history wrapping key, no history auth key on this. Server-side history mutation predictions applies to any authenticated session can read or write history. Protection against unauthorized modification is just standard authentication. Critical question: what happens when all members have new members? This is the hardest problem in the whole design. Let me break it apart. First, an important clarification. History vaults store epic secrets, not leaf keys. Epic secrets are group level symmetric. History vaults store epic secrets. Epic secrets are group level symmetric. They're completely independent of any leaf key. Any device that has an epic secret for epic messages, regardless of which leaf key. That's right. Forgot that the epic key decrypts messages applies basically all the leaf. You do not store leaf keys. Old device leaf keys are relevant for messages. New device must have epic secrets for vault secrets. Leaf keys are ephemeral to installation. Epic secrets are the dirt. Actually, one of the best properties of MLS, history access is decoupled from Signal doesn't use MLS, they use Signal double. You install or get a new phone, you register again with your phone number, which contains a new key. Contact C safety number chain. For group messaging, your key is distributed to group members. No MLS style ad. We'll avoid the entirely because the server tracks group membership. This is where I think server assisted verification. The user's account vault says they're in a group. They have no active leaf in the group. No other active device can add them. Your A logs in sees they have. Do any of my sibling devices have leaf? And request station. What is the server? User was essentially a fork. The old tree is replaced. New epic chain start. Here he has. User B logs back. Oh no, now user A is already in the group again. Both log in simultaneously with no one in the group, the server. The server knows membership problem. Current architecture, the server doesn't know which users are in which groups, but for reinitialization, the server needs to verify that the server trusts its claim. Even dinner time. Option A, server trusts the client's claim. Client claims says I was in group X. Option B, server stores membership. The client proves they are a member by possessing the account vault entry. The user who was removed from the group didn't have the group. The user who was removed from the I'm saying with this end-to-end stuff is like an encryption. So much to think. things legally need a membership group? There's a case where we always leave one device. So imagine there's like a user who hasn't signed in for a long time, but they have one device and they're the last member in the group. They're the last leaf in the group. And now the person can't reinitialize even if you do even if you have the membership proofs. Really not sure what to do here. Okay, Q2. Question 2. Auto expiry in the last device issue. Here's a really important point. Let me sort 2 concerns. Concern 1. Who cleans up the stale leaf? Who cleans up the stale leaf? Auto expiry marks the device as revoked on the server, but the MLS removed for the group tree driven. If it was the user's only device, nobody issued. Stale leaf link. Stale leaf is harmless. The server isn't delivering to it. Forward secrecy means future epics are inaccessible to it. Other members encrypt to it wastefully. It's cleaned up when the user comes back and goes through the redirection flow. Who cleans up the stale leaf? What did I say? Lindsay, we should make sure not to clean up the user's last device. So basically the server deletes old devices and those leaf keys have to be removed. That remove has to be committed, so someone has to clean that up. Auto expiry marks the device as revoked on the server. MLS removed for the group tree is client driven. Yeah, so only when the user comes back. And the user still read messages when they return. Yes, because epic secrets are stored in server stored history vault, not on device. Log in with phone plus password, decrypt account vault. In with phone and password, decrypt account vault. Get the group list, decrypt the history vaults to get your epic secrets. Fetch group messages stream. Decrypt the historical messages using the epic secrets. Can read everything, can't send until Auto expiry doesn't lose data or access, the user just needs to go through. Keep the last device alive. I don't think you need to special cases. All devices follow the same expiry rule. Consequences of total expiry are user can still log in, read all history sealed. User needs to go through readdition to send messages. If a group has other active members, readdition is fast. Group has 0 active members, user read. So maybe this case can't expire all devices, or at least it could only happen early. This is expired. Multimedia storage. You're right on the map. Message level, not group level. Message level, not group level. Messages table. ID, group ID, sequence. Message media, message ID, blob ID. Why do we need this? Clean up cascades, delete group messages by group ID, orphan blob IDs identified, blobs delete. Upload failure. Upload first, reference second. Client encrypts media, uploads to object storage, gets a blob ID. Client creates a message entry referencing blob ID. If step 2 fails, orphan blob exists in object storage. Background cleanup job, I can upload the blob first. Background cleanup job scans for blobs not referenced by any message after a grace period. The reverse, create message first out is worse, yep. The server-side kill switch on media, feature flag on the upload point. Is there a reason? Separate out mapping table from the blob ID instead of just blob ID message. Big remaining design decision. Group reinitialization / readdition mechanism. How do you feel about the flow I described? Client initiated readdition to mailbox. Let's see what it says. Membership proof plus the one stale leaf deadlock. Let me walk through the specific scenario to worry about. Group has 2 members, Alice and Bob. Alice has 1 device, which goes inactive. Didn't log out, just stopped using it. Bob logs out, and his leaf is removed. Alice's device gets auto-expired after 30 days, but Alice's leaf is still in the MLS tree. Nobody issues the removal. Client-driven cleanup requires another active. Group now has 1 stale leaf, Alice's expired device, and 0 active. Bob logs back in from a new device and wants to rejoin. From the server's perspective, the group has 1 leaf in the tree, Alice's stale one. It's not 0 active leaves, it's 1 leaf. The device behind it is expired. The server knows Alice's device. They can see the tree has leaves. They can't map the leaf to device. The server knows the group's ratchet tree has n leaves. The device registry shows which device is expired. Can't map leaves, so the server can't determine all leaves in this group belong. This means the server can never independently determine that a group is fully done. Can't trigger reinitialization on its own. I think the solution is simpler than a membership proof. When a user logs in with a new device and needs to rejoin a group, the client already has all the information it needs. What if the way to do this would maybe be to save the primary leaf keys in a session vault for just 1 device. When a user logs in with a new device and needs to rejoin, the client already has all the information it needs. History vault, which groups they're in, who the other members are, all historical. The client tries the normal path first, send add my device. If nobody responds, the client falls back to reinitialization. The server doesn't need to verify membership at all. Here's why. The client creates a new epic with just their leaf. They upload a new ratchet tree, a new encrypted state snapshot. Removed user wouldn't have the group in there. Epic-based authorization. The client proves they can decrypt the instance. What about going back? The idea of having a session vault. That could store at least for each group. That way a user would have to figure out right. Sucks because none of this is in the training. Just what about going back to the idea of having a session vault that could store at least? Need the new Claude model. Be right back. I'm gonna go feed the animals and I'll go fix the lawn. One second. Timer. Clock. Okay, I'll be back in about. All right. Back. Stop. Let's see what Claude said about this. Music stopped. Let's go start some music. Let me think through what this actually looks like. Add a session vault leaf key. A user who loses all devices can't participate in any group until other members add them. The dead groups with 0 active members, they're completely stuck. Keep a server-side session vault that stores 1 leaf. Any logged in device can decrypt and immediately have a working leaf in every group. 2 devices can't share a leaf for sending. MLS tracks per leaf accuracy, and 2 devices sending from the same leaf would collide on non/counter states. The device still need their own, so devices still need their own leaves. This gives you 2 clean options. Option 1, account leaf plus per device leaves. Each user has a persistent account leaf, and I like that. And then they can use the account leaf. Immediately participate. The device also generates its own leaf, adds itself to each group. Once device leaf is added, device sends. Account leaf stays in tree as a hot spare. Every user has an extra leaf in every group at all times. Groups of 8 users with 2 devices each has 24 leaves instead of 16. Who updates the session vault? Any device that possesses an epic change, processes an epic change, writes the new account leaf epic state to the vault. Optimistic concurrency with epic counter. 2 devices erase at the same epic, either write is valid. Session vault stores the last active session. I like option. You don't need an explicit primary of the session. The every session is equal still holds. Which device happens to update the vault most recently? Auto expiry removes device specific leaves, but the account leaf. Here comes back, decrypts the vault. Session vault gets updated on every epic change and every. We'll never have the dead group situation. When is the account leaf created? I'd say at group join time. When user is added to a group, they generate the account leaf pair and add it to this tree. How do we deal? So maybe we should register to groups with only the account leaf, and then the user always has to add themselves once the account leaf is added. Today. Wait for my new microphone and lens to come in. That'll be cool. The lens will help. It'll help during the day, but it'll help. Right? I don't have to keep the light as bright. Much cleaner model. The account leaf is the group membership. Device leaves are self-service actions afterwards. Someone invites you to a group. Your group account leaf is added. One welcome, one leave. Your device decrypts the session. Vault has account. Device generates its own device leaf. Keep carry your device acting as the account. If you only ever have one device active, you could just send. Probably better to never. One thing I'm thinking about now is that how if an admin remove a user from the group, how do they make sure it seems I'm getting this all locked in. That's what's happening. Locking in today, Miss Pep. Lock it in. Check. Resolution.
Permission requested. Edit thumbnail, HTML file.
What's the resolution of this? Cal leaf exists in the tray for persistent / recovery. If the user A's client is well behaved, every device leaf add state up. Oh. Other member client. Verify this on every commit. A new leaf appeared in the group state. User uses self-service device add to smuggle in an unrelated leaf.
Permission requested. Command to generate 1080p thumbnail. Permission requested. Command to generate 1080p thumbnail for video titled auth and history vault security design. I navigated to the itstream tools project, ran the thumbnail command to generate a 1080p image for item 51 titled auth and history vault security design, and then opened the resulting PNG file.
All clients have enforcement for the group state consistent. Compromised server that stops relaying commits problem.
Permission requested. Command to regenerate with blue circle. Describe the thumbnail, noting a light blue circle in the bottom right that adds a nice bit of color variety to the warm palette.
Not really noticeable in these ones. I think they use a smaller version. Oh, frick.
I explained the account leaf and device leaf model, describing how each user has a persistent account leaf stored in the server-side session vault and per installation device leaves that are reused across logins. I detailed the server-side device cap of about 5 active installations per account, the 30-day inactivity auto-expiry, and the client-driven cleanup of stale leaves. I also described the local at-rest encryption hierarchy using a password-derived Argon TWID wrapping key, the split storage between a SQLite database and IndexedDB, and the decision to treat the server as the durable source of truth for group history while storing media blobs separately in object storage.
So this is kind of a complicated thing, which is we'll store account leaf keys, which the user can use to add devices, groups, so they never get locked out of groups. But if those ever get leaked, there was like no rotation plan, so we like have to have some kind of rotation plan.
Want me to produce the final updated outline with all the refinements from this discussion? The auth model table, stale leaf security note, explicit security posture statement, rotation split model, or are there other things to work through first?
Doesn't the new account leaf need to get added before we move the other one otherwise?
without typically.
Alright, so this should be fully updated thing, and then we're gonna have to take this and update all of the documents.
I explained that device leaf keys are scoped to each installation and persist across logins, while sessions are short-lived, and described the split between routine password changes that rewrap the account key and revoke all sessions and full security resets that rotate account leaves across all groups. I detailed the server-side durable store model, the local at-rest encryption hierarchy, a device cap of about 5 active installations per account with a 30-day inactivity expiry, and separate media blob storage with a 1 GB free tier per group. I also covered the recovery passphrase design, future multi-account support, layered enforcement for group integrity, the staged implementation roadmap, and listed the remaining open design tasks.
Diabetic. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make progress on this right now. Let me give this one attempt. Self-serve. I need a third. What did this say?
I explained Signal's KVAC-based proof system, described the existing membership, admin role, and author proofs, and argued that a simple plaintext flag, combined with client-side verification, is sufficient for adding device leaves without introducing a new zero-knowledge proof. I detailed the precise client verification rules for add commits and recommended accepting but flagging suspicious commits rather than forking the group. I concluded that the current proof types are enough for launch and that any stronger, same account, proof can be added later as a hardening measure.
What is this server thing? Okay, yeah, I can't think about this anymore. I'm gonna call the stream here. Basically where we're leaving off is that we have these account leaf keys that we want to keep for every account. That way the user can add their devices themselves to the group. But we need to handle rotation of those. And the other thing we got to deal with is potentially only allowing those if they pass a proof. The server could only allow the add to happen for the device if you pass the proof. Otherwise it's saying one of the other clients has to notice that the device was added, check that they added it for themselves, if not, auto remove the leaf. But yeah, this is just really cool. I have a headache, so I'm gonna call it here. I might like take a look at this some more later, but I'd really like to get this all nailed down so I can continue. But yeah, I don't know. This is what like a ZK proof is not something that's gonna. And this is why if you have the primary model, primary device, and secondary devices, it's like, you know, a primary device is online to link secondary devices. That's kind of the whole point, one of the whole points. So when you actually add the secondary device, you're doing it with the primary device online, and so it does the actual things. But I don't have that guarantee here. So like the device you sign in on pulls down the account leave key and then you use those to add yourself. Anyway, alright, calling it here. If anyone's watching, thanks for watching. Watching later. Have a good morning, evening, afternoon. Thanks. Yeah.